will not be recorded because
Okay, well, it does say that we are live now, so that's exciting.
hi, no one. let me
Yeah,
try
we'll.
to post on. I do need to find the. I need to get the link and then do the stuff. So
Yeah, I have plenty of Discords that I'm like a part of, but not enough
you
that I'm
you do
like.
have the option for the comments and to give some comments though on the side,
Yes,
right?
I do. I do have the comments option, and I see the private chat too, so that you and I can chat if we need to.
Hey, it sees as us as being live. So
Oh, exciting! Yeah, I
because I'm okay.
I could like post to my friends that we're going live or something like that, but
Yeah.
as far as like Discords I'm a part of, I'm just not active enough to justify posting
I'm,
something that's like,
I'm
self
active.
promotional.
Okay, let me post in Mel's one because there's less people, and two, I'm more active in that one.
I think that's good.
Cassidy's Patreon. I am a part of the Patreon, but I'm like so scared. I
Because it's big. Yeah.
yeah, it's super big, and I just like let me.
I am glad that a lot of Discords have those little like promotional channels so that, no one's being obnoxious and posting them elsewhere. That's really
Yeah.
nice. I don't know what this is.
Yay! There you go.
Gorgeous. Well, do you know what you're planning on reading this evening?
I have a couple options, but I think I will because I do have to read the fifth season. I have like about I would say like 50 pages
Mm.
to read every day because I'm buddy reading, with a friend. So I have that to read, but it's like very dense and also it's physically that I have to read it. So I will probably switch at some point if I want to do some crochet or things like this to this one because I have it on Neverend. So
Mm.
I since it's the second in a series, I know the world, so it's kind of okay if I, like read like with the audio.
Yeah.
Do you know
I have
what you're?
some I have some crocheting to do, so it'll definitely be an audio selection, which is like normal for me anyway. I I just started. I'm so bummed. I just started A Demon's Guide to Wooing a Witch, which is the second in there was like The
Oh
Witch's Guide to Dating a
yeah,
Demon,
yeah,
it's called last year.
yeah.
And I liked that one a lot. And
Mhm.
I was like really looking forward to this new one, but I'm just like not enjoying it
That's
yet.
so sad. I read the first one at the end of last year, and I really liked it. So I did, like see, with my library to get the audio because like it was a fun, easy audio to listen to.
Right,
So I
right.
was like, yes, this is good. I can.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Now
can
I should say, I'm only 7% of the way in.
okay.
So I'm
Okay.
not that far. And I'll
Perfect.
probably, I'll give it a little bit more before I officially am like, no, not for me. But for some reason, I'm just finding the characters to be really annoying. And like,
Yeah, I was afraid about like at least the male character to be annoying. Uh,
actually, the female character is more annoying to me right now. Though the male character is also, and they're both annoying. And I think that that's, yeah, frustrating.
mhm.
But it's all right. Hi, Jane. Did you see that we just got a comment, Clementine?
Oh, Jane! Hi! She's actually also living in the Baltimore area. So, hi,
Oh,
Jane. This is
wow.
Angela. We
Jane, come to book club with us sometime. Clementine can tell you all about it.
yeah. Well, I mean, she's living a little bit farther than
Hmm.
like I think. So it might be hard for her to join like north of this. So,
I
but
was half kidding, but that's super exciting. So, The Alchemy of Moonlight. Do you know that book, Clementine? Because I'm not sure that I've heard of that
I'm
one.
not sure. I'm not sure. Hmm.
I'll
What
have to do some
type
Googling.
of Jane? What type of genre is that? Oh, she left.
That's okay.
We left.
Oh, I've seen this cover. I just Googled. I've definitely seen the cover.
Hmm.
Um,
I see.
well, do we want to get started?
Maybe she was scared because we talked about, where we were living and things. I
Perhaps we called her out. Oh, yeah, we probably shouldn't have said where
Yeah.
we live. That
Whoops.
was probably a bad call.
That was a bad call, but that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Um, cool. So I actually don't think I'm going to read the one that I'm not enjoying. I think I'm going to try.
Sure. Oh,
Uh,
okay.
yeah. Oh, gorgeous historical fiction fantasy. That's
That's
actually
interesting.
I would like historical fantasy. I was just thinking about reading His Majesty's Dragon. Starting that one. I have
Mm.
that on audio right now, and that's kind of a historical fiction
Yeah.
fantasy too.
Yeah.
So I might grab that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. So how long do we want to do it for, Clementine? I'll let you pick.
I don't know. Usually I like 45 minutes. I don't know if I will be able to do 45 minutes, but we can try.
Sure. Let's try 45. See how it goes. I'll find my little timer here.
And I'll get
45. Oh, for some reason it's not letting me.
change it.
It's not letting me type, which is weird.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna stop screen sharing and I'm gonna see if I can figure this out. And if I can't, then I'll just grab. Oh, it might be that the. Oh, it wants you to. Okay, because it's like a Pomodoro
Yeah.
timer. It's being like very specific about like how long it wants us to do things
I
for.
think it's in the setting.
But I can change it. Yeah.
You just have to go to the setting kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
All right. So, oh, yeah. So I went to settings and I changed it, and then set time. Got it. Okay, there we go. This will at least work for a moment. I'm going to share my screen again. Before we do the next time, if we do a different time, we'll have to. I'll have to remember to change the time again.
Yep.
But there we go. And Clementine.
Yes.
Okay, and it will still go if I'm not looking at the slide. That's a big thing with Zoom. If you're not looking at the right page,
Yeah.
it like won't. You can't see it. So this is perfect. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
gonna go ahead and mute myself. I'm gonna put on my ratty headphones and listen to my book.
Okay. See you all in 45. Hi.
I honestly did not expect it to meow at us.
You didn't expect I from other sprints I forgot who was using those kitty ones at some point. I remember the cat. But it didn't make me jump this time around because I'm more, like
Yeah.
looking at the actual timer and making sure, that it's fine. So
I knew that it was going to happen because I was like keeping half an eye on it as I was crocheting, but I still caught me off guard. Oh, so how did it go?
I read like 28 pages of the fifth season. So I'm like 130 pages in right now. It's still very hard for me because like sometimes like she has like words and she does have like an appendix with a glossary of terms,
Mhm.
but they're not all written down. So at
Okay.
first I thought it was a Latin word because it's called like sesapine, that it was a Latin word that I didn't know.
Oh,
So then I googled it, and that it was just a wiki page for the fifth season world, the Broken Earth, that
right.
told me what it was. But like it's a little bit. The writing style also, you really need like your whole like brain power to get to it. I would say like, but it's a very interesting, albeit very bleak world, obviously, because you have
Mm.
repeatedly, like catastrophic, near, um
Yeah.
dystopia circumstances. How did you do?
Fifth season is also something that I would like to read eventually. I would. I've heard so many good things, and
Mhm.
I have a couple of lists. Oh, nice, Jane. That's great. Yeah, I like frantically ate some dinner before we went live so that I wouldn't be eating while we're on here. I was like, oh, such a shame that I'm on screen this time, so I can't like eat while things are happening. But so yeah, I want to read the fifth season, and it's climate fiction, which fits in with like a reading challenge that I'm participating
Mhm.
in. So I really do want to read it eventually, but it does seem very bleak. Like I think that I need to be in the right headspace before approaching it.
Yeah, also like it is one that is like, especially like the first like chapter, for example, this prologue. There was a lot of the way it was written, and you really had to follow very closely. It's not like it's a very intense one, but yeah. It's definitely one that you have to try. I think everybody talks about it if you like, sci-fi fantasy. So, how much did you read?
So how much did I read? I actually don't
You
know.
just started.
So I listened to it throughout the whole time. I got 12%. So I'm 12% of the way in, which feels pretty good. Like that feels like a good amount to get done in 45 minutes.
But I
But
think it's a pretty small one
it
because
is.
I have it there. I could like show it, but it's
And I'm
like
listening to it. Yeah, I'm listening to it on 2 times speed. So I the it's like a kind of old timey British accent. So I don't think I want to listen to it faster right now. For the first like 4%, and this is just I need to learn to be more patient. For the first like a couple minutes, I was like, "What is this? Is boring. Why are we on a boat? There are only men." I don't read about men very often. I'm definitely like a female author, female main
Mhm.
character gal. So like, what is this madness? And then, of course, it got interesting. And it's a dragon book, so you might guess why it got interesting. But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I went from not really caring to really enjoying it pretty fast. Um,
that's
and
good.
that's great. Yeah.
That's good.
It. Sorry.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks.
good.
It's a Naomi Novik, but I think it's the first one she published. So I've liked everything I've read from her. Like I liked Spinning Silver a lot. Uprooted was perhaps my least favorite that I've read from her so far, and I loved the Scallamance series. So it's definitely like I don't know. I should like this book. I really should.
Mhm.
Um, but we'll see. Jane says that she's at 21% now. Jane, we'd
How are
love
you
a
liking it?
little review. Yeah, because I'm gonna just grab the Goodreads of what Jane is listening to.
Yeah,
So
and tell us, Jane, how you're liking it,
yeah,
please.
yeah. So it's YA. Which do you read a lot of YA, Clementine?
I read a lot less than I used to. 'Cause, like, I would say that I do, obviously, as I age and everything, like everybody, you sort of get out of there. So it definitely depends. I would say that like the younger YA, like more like middle, like at the just cusp of the middle grade, is
Mhm.
really hard for me to enjoy usually. And I don't read a whole lot. I would say now I read YA mostly if I have like some recommendation from someone or things
Mm,
like this. Because otherwise I would not like just start it. Yeah.
right. Yeah, no, I'm almost exactly the same where I don't read a ton of YA. So The Alchemy of Moonlight, which is what Jane is reading, is YA. But the rest of the things are like so up our alley. It's like fantasy and it's
Mhm.
LGBT and it's, a romance and it's a historical, right? Like it's all of these things that I feel like we love. So, yeah, I think I would just need a couple of really strong recommendations in order to pick up something like that.
Yes.
Oh, do you mind if I give you a crocheting update alongside my
No,
book?
no, no. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's what you were
So,
doing.
yes. So um, I play D&D every Friday, and my D&D group for Christmas, we were going to do like a Secret Santa gift exchange. And what
Mm,
we wanted to do was give a gift that could be for the like person we're giving it to, but could also like relate to their character in some way. And so like I bought something else to give to my person, but now I have some more time. And so I decided to also crochet them something. So I'm crocheting them a dice bag, and it's so hard to see because the yarn is so dark. But it's
oh,
gonna look like a dragon egg. It's really hard to crochet this stitch, but no,
aw,
there's
that's so
nothing. But
cute.
it should be cute when it. Let me see if this helps. Yeah. So you get like these little scales in your stitches, and hopefully it'll stagger and look like a
Aw.
dragon's egg. But they're also really challenging to crochet. I feel like I've not made very much progress. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So Jane
Oh,
says she's liking it. It's YA, but it feels like it's on the older side. I've heard someone talk about it. Can't remember who. Yeah, that's where I get most of my recommendations from. Someone I heard who said something.
exactly.
One.
No, I put it a lot of the time, when I'm on a live stream and I hear good things or on a video or something, I just put it in my Goodreads, in the want to read, and then sometime, I go through, and then I'm like, oh, this one maybe, or
Yeah.
this one, and sounds good, and then I try it, or or end up removing it at some point from my list because it's ever growing, obviously.
Yeah. I'm a little bit of a Libby fiend too. So I'll go through all of my libraries that I have on Libby and I'll go to like the newest ones. So the ones that they've just added. And, I'll just look at the audiobooks and I'll just scroll through all of the audiobooks that they've recently added and just
Yeah.
put holds on anything that looks
Mhm.
interesting. Usually, if I'm going to take someone's recommendation, sometimes I put it like on Storygraph. But a lot of the time, I'll just like look right then. Like I take the recommendation right when it happens, or like I don't end up recording it.
Sure.
Um, but yeah,
Should we talk a little bit about Realmathon? Because I had
yeah.
I had what, like, one
I
question?
did find a couple more. I need to look at some like random book covers to
Because
decide.
we've been brainstorming basically, to try and see like at least a few books for each of our teams, to that would fit the bonus prompts,
Mhm.
and all of them. Most of them don't fit all the bonus prompt, but I did have a question because in most of the teams, so you have the bonus prompt is like the building, the person, animal, or object. So
Yeah,
then I counted like flowers or like uh, a leaf, for example, in
as
Kindred.
an object.
It's mostly white and there is a leaf, but since it's not a plant or like nature is not in like the other teams, I did count it as like an object, right? Because
Mhm.
for me it does count, but
Yeah,
I
Cassidy
don't know
did
if
say in her video, quote,
I
not alive. So I felt like something like a leaf or a flower was kind of on the edge. So I stayed away from it, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's one of those whenever we have readathons, especially competitive readathons, the way I try to approach it is, would I be mad at someone else on a
Yeah.
different team making the same call that I'm making? And if I would feel kind of like or mad about it, then I don't do it. And if I feel like, no, I would be fine with that, that's okay, then like I say it's
Well,
fine.
for this, I would not count the tree, right,
Yeah.
as a thing, but like I would say a leaf could be like an object, kind of, for me.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. No, I think that it's a very fair, I think that's a fair call for
Mhm.
sure. Um, I had some that, oh gosh, where did they go? I went through my shelves and I was like, what can I find? I do kind of like, we were talking about earlier. I, a lot of the ones that I am able to recommend are YA or young adult, like YA or middle grade, because like most of them, they're kind of like default set at school, and they, you know, it's easy to find like animals on covers, things like that. They also, I think a lot of the color covers tend to be a little bit more like one color, um,
Yes.
whereas a lot of, we've gone from like one color covers kind of trending into more colorful covers recently.
Yes, because like some of these covers, like this one, for example, can you really say that like you can still kind of say that 50% or more is blue because you have a background.
See, I couldn't even tell online what the background of that was. I kind of assumed it was green, but I guess, yeah, you're right. It does look blue in
But
person.
because you see the blue, but there's still like a lot of green in there, and you
Right.
have
And I would say that
some,
like the primary color of that is green. I had the same problem with, so I don't know if you have this book, but The Witch Would Not. So that one counts as black. But like when I think of The Witch Would Not, I think of it being an orange cover because it's like
yeah.
mostly black with just a little bit of orange in the middle. That one doesn't count as, I don't, it's not a school setting. The main character is acting as a governess, but she's not like in a school, she's at like a manor.
I see.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I was able to find a couple for each one, and I have a few more that I need to add in, but I left my stack of books downstairs. So, oops.
So Jane's telling us a little bit about her habits.
Mhm.
Yes, I understand, Jane. If I can get it on one of my apps, then I understand to put it on
Mm,
the Stargraph. Makes sense.
very true.
And if I get interested enough in the book, like by the synopsis that I'm given or something, and I'm really really interested, I will tend to like see on Libby and other means, like if I can get it
Yeah, do a quick
there,
search
I would put
everywhere.
it, at least I would put it on my list there, so I know that I would say now I very rarely have the time, with work and a lot of things outside, hobbies and all those things, to really like read at the same time that I see something popping up.
Yeah, yeah. I think right now we're like fully kind of getting the effect of the lag time in between like what
Yeah.
we say and then Jane hearing us and then Jane responding, which
Yes.
is like super funny because you just said that. So is it The Power Unbound? Is that
Yeah.
the one you were
The
holding
Power
up?
Unbound,
And
which is
that
the
one in
best.
hers is
Yes.
green, not blue. Which, yeah. And but I think it's one of those judgment calls where if someone said, my version
Yeah.
that I see with my eyes, the background is entirely blue, that's more than 50%. And then if someone else was doing a different readathon, because I don't think green is on the list for Realmathon.
No, it's not.
But like if someone else was doing a different readathon and counted that as green, I'd be like, okay, sure. Like you do
Yeah.
you. I don't know. Like I wouldn't get mad either one. Now, what color is he wearing? Is he wearing like pink or something on the cover?
It's a pinkish purple kind of.
Yeah. So if someone said this is a pink book, I would be like,
No,
I don't love that. Like
pink I
that's not
would
very
not.
nice.
If
Um,
someone were to say blue or green, I would equally say yes, because like if you say like 50%, maybe, I mean, with all the green that there is, it can count also for 50%.
yeah.
But I would also be like saying like, is this really a blue cover? Maybe because in the back it's like mostly blue, so you can
Mostly blue.
say that it's blue in some ways for
Yeah.
that. But it's iffy, and I do understand like not counting such a book. That's why I was giving this as an example, because
Mhm.
it's harder.
Yeah,
um
no, I think that's one
yeah.
of the more challenging ones. I didn't include it in my list. I don't think
No, I
school
didn't.
setting either. So
I
it
didn't.
it
Um,
wasn't super duper relevant.
I did include the City of Brass because for me, with the cover, there is some red, but it goes into the like yellow. So it's
Hmm.
like red and like orange and yellow. So there's not like 50% of red, and it's more 50% because on the sides it's black.
Yeah.
So I did count it as black, and there's buildings. So I was like, that works.
Hi, Maria.
Oh, hi Maria. How are
Welcome,
you?
welcome.
What are you planning to read today? Let
We
us
were
know.
just chatting about the Realmathon announcement video that went up earlier and some books that, like, or how we were thinking about which books would count or wouldn't count for the bonus prompts specifically.
Yes.
Um, yeah, there are a couple that I'm really excited
Mhm.
to recommend, like Small Miracles. I wish everyone would just read Small Miracles. It's
Yes.
such a
I
good.
really, really found it very lovely when I read it, and really exactly what I needed.
Yeah.
I do need to read the Half a Soul from her.
Mhm. Yeah.
I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's great stuff. Um, Trying to make progress on Throne of Five Winds. It was my first read of the year, but then I put it down. Oops. Yeah, I do stuff like that all the time. I feel like half the time when I'm saying things, Maria, it's like, oh, like when someone says the name of a book, if it's popular, I'm like, oh, I started that and I got 2 chapters in. And
Yes.
like I put down a lot of things. I do pick them up later sometimes. But yeah, Throne of Five Winds, I don't think I've heard of. I'm going to do another
Oh,
quick Google.
okay. Two queens, two concubines, six princes, innumerable hidden agenda. Okay.
It's a cool cover. I like the cover. Is this published in 2019? It's a pseudonym, so that's helpful.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like not in the mood. And if I know that it's a me thing and it's not the book's fault, I really try to remember that.
Can't
Um,
say if I recommend it yet. It's a slower start.
mm,
Well, a lot of fantasies are though, so it doesn't mean a
yeah.
lot. Especially like in some of them, they do start also with some info dump or something like this, and then you get like as you get into the world there, they're completely in, right? Um,
Yeah.
so excited for Realm of Fun. Yes, we both are. That's why we already like brainstormed, and I
Yeah.
couldn't resist. Also, I bought the whole set of bookmarks because they're so pretty, and I
Yeah.
bought the crew neck also because I wanted
Oh,
to.
nice. Yeah. Well, I do like it. I think that if she sold a version of it without the name of the school on the
Hmm.
front of it, I think I would buy it because I wear crew neck sweatshirts to work a lot. But I work in an elementary school, and I don't know. I just there was something about like I
Hmm.
I don't know. It felt like maybe it could be taken as like almost like a religious adjacent thing or something, and I try to stay away from that at school. So but I love the sketch on the back. Like if that like picture could just be on it, and then like maybe a blank front or something, I would
Yeah.
totally buy it.
I usually get them from like just for home. Usually those type of sweaters and stuff. So I don't really care if
Yeah,
it's me
yeah,
too. Cool. True. I'm always willing to give adult fantasy some time to get going. Yes, I would say I usually, I mean, depending obviously on the size of a book, but usually it's like 400 to 500 pages. So I'm giving it like 100 to like 150 pages.
yeah.
Comfy loungewear. Yes, exactly, Maria. That's for me. I plan on getting the crew neck. I got the because there were two types of them, like the normal one that I got already for another time with Bonfire, and I did like it, but it was a little bit stiff. So I also in the colors, I like there were like two sort of blue and like purple,
The
sort of
colors
more
were
pale.
really pretty too. Like the
Uh,
colors were right under what I would usually get.
so I got like the purple one, which is like softer, I think. Yeah. You wear to teach all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are super comfortable, so I do understand. But I think at work they
Yeah, I do think there's a difference. Like I teach in an elementary school and we're allowed to be kind of as like there's no like jeans only on Friday sort of a deal. Like we can kind of wear whatever whenever and you're at the college level, which I feel like might have a different I don't know, like
yeah.
expectation maybe.
Oh, she's 80 pages in, but 650 total. Yes, so it might get like maybe 200 pages, give it or take.
Yeah, I don't know. It probably I think I'm a little bit more brutal than you, Clementine. Like if I'm 180 pages into a book, which is that's more than a third of the way in, and if I still feel like it's a slow start, like personally, I'm probably ducking out. But some people love books that like are really slow builds, that like are very descriptive,
I
kind of
do.
spirited things.
I
Yeah.
do like it depends on what it is, but I do like it. Also, I am a nosy person, so I do want to see like usually the end of something. So I very rarely don't give it. I there's lots of times where I tell myself I should have DNF'd and I didn't, and I need to get a bit better at this. But like also I'm giving it like longer.
Mm.
Oh, yay, Jane. What color? I want purple and blue, I think. Yeah, I had a hard time deciding. All the colors were really pretty. I got the purple because it's my favorite color, but like, yeah. The college level is different. I've had to explain some of my reading sweatshirts at work. Yes, they tend to ask you. I remember once I gave an exam to my students, and at the end of it, because I usually pop up a book even if I don't read a lot, because I feel very awkward looking at my
Like staring
students
at your
who are,
kids.
like staring all the
Ugh.
time. So I do that, and I and at the end of it, one of the kids was actually came in front and asked me, "What did you read?" And I happened to I was reading the Rune of Kings, the Curse of Dragon series by Jen Lyons. This like very thick book, and he actually saw me when he saw me in the hallways like the semester after that. He was like, "Oh, I read it over the summer. It was really good, but it took me a month to read it." So
That's kind of an intense one. Yeah, I was not able to do that sadly when I so for context, I used to be a high school teacher and now I'm in elementary school. And when I was a high school teacher, I wish that I was in a school where I could just like kind of set and forget the kids as they were doing a quiz or something. But especially with the prevalence of cell phones just like in everyone's hands all the time, and it's not just a kid thing, it's like an everyone thing. Like I just it was impossible. There was a lot more monitoring that had to be
yes.
happening. Yeah.
I
All of
like
the
the blue
chats
and
about the
purple, but I tend to want it baggy, so I probably get the gray. Yes, I do have a lot of grays, or like dark blue kind of sweatshirts, so I was trying to branch out a little bit. Also, it's going we're going into spring.
yeah.
The gray is very nice too. I agree. They're all really pretty actually. You're not interested. I do like slower books if the characters grip me. Same, same, Maria. But we know we're actually buddy. We've been buddy reading for a while.
Oh,
The Great
nice.
Coats series
Sorry,
together.
which one?
The Great Coats,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Reader's
Yeah.
Blade.
The Sebastian de Castell.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So we do
Great
have that in
covers. The
common.
covers of those books are like they
Very
just
pretty.
yeah, they're quite good.
Yes, teaching in the digital age is hard, especially when you have the students who have been used their whole life using cell phones and all this. Because you arrive, even at the college level, they arrive at an exam and they nearly want to use their cell phone to use as a calculator. And they're even sometimes asking you why they can't use it as a calculator. And you have to tell them, and they're adults, so you don't understand anything.
Yeah, no, it's wild. And well, the kind of the tricky thing is like AI is now making even like essay writing really challenging to grade.
Yes.
So we're going to have to do some creative thinking about how we assess students kind of generally over the next couple of years. It's going to be really interesting to watch what the education like
Yeah,
world decides is the new
exactly.
standard.
I think for us too, because like there's like the Chat GPT and all those things that have been popping up. And
Even lab reports. Though lab reports, it's pretty easy to like catch them on, I think sometimes, because if they don't know enough to like edit it well, you can end up saying some wild things that just don't make any sense.
yeah, for me, it's in science. They usually tend to get to the result and give us the results and not go through the steps. So you can easily see there's an issue with this. Also with the lab reports, they tend to like copy paste, but the equations don't pop up. So they're like weird symbols or things like this. I even had once a student and I told them this is too much. Like this is like second level, right? He copied probably from like a report that he found somewhere online, right? And he just copy pasted. There was still the name. He changed his name. He changed his name, but the date was still like the old date from like I don't know 3 years
At
before that.
least if you're gonna do it, be smart about it, you
Yes,
know?
at
Like
least
don't gosh.
you know. Anyway, can't wait to start the finale next weekend. Get ready. Yes, yes. I should be finished anyway with the my other buddy read, which is the 5th season right now. So I should be perfectly ready.
As someone who is also buddy reading with you, I'm obligated to ask, how is Hearthstone going? Are we
I've only read one chapter so far.
gotcha. No worries.
So
No pressure.
yeah. But it is in my plans to read this week. I do plan to finish it in the coming week for sure.
It's a pretty quick read, and
No,
you'll fly.
compared
You'll really fly.
to the 5th season, it's really easy and it doesn't require much, brain power, things like this.
Especially since you already basically know the story, so you're going
Yes.
to be just fine. For Maria and Jane, Hearthstone is a Pride and Prejudice retelling with dragons. So it's I'm not going to divulge my thoughts or opinions because we're going to do a show about it in a couple of weeks. But who is the author?
Is the L. Catherine White.
Yes.
Yes. And yeah, it seems really like also like the writing is very accessible and like we've been like dumped also first chapter already with like the characters and all that. So yeah, we won't talk too much about it because like we do want to do like a video about it and just chat about our impressions and
We're
things.
also trying to keep our impressions secret from each other. So I'm trying not to tell Clementine what I think until we record. But yeah, something to look forward to, I guess. Yes. Okay, well, with all that, do we want to do another round of reading?
Yeah, we should. I don't know how long we'll do these because, like, it's my first time, so I'm getting more. I realize how tiring it is to talk and then like do sprinty bits and.
Well, and I'm feeling pretty okay right now, but like earlier, like my back was like because I was crocheting while I was doing it. So if you need to like walk away for a minute or like do whatever, I am I'm okay here. I don't want to trap you inside your little virtual box. But yeah, also like maybe this will be our last one.
We'll see. Yeah.
You're doing great.
Yes, thank you, Maria. It's our first one, so we might have some technical issues that happen soon or things like this.
But. Yeah, and I felt a little bit strange because Atlas is my very cute small dog, and he like wanted to be a part of this and be up on my lap, and then decided not to, and then like up and down while we were doing it, and I was like, oh well, the life of a dog mom, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So do we want to do 45 minutes again, or do you want to do something shorter since you're feeling a little bit fatigued?
I don't know. Do what you want. I don't mind. I do need to finish anyway the bit I'm supposed to read for my.
How many pages do you have to go until you need to finish?
30 minutes should be fine. Hopefully.
You said 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, then let's go with that.
Saying that it's such a cute name, Atlas. It is.
Thank you. Yeah, he came to me with that name. I wish that I could take credit, but I adopted him, and yeah, he's his own self, is what I will say. Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, I actually don't think I can add my screen share back to the stage. I think that you need to do it.
I can do that.
There we go. And now that it is there, I will go ahead and start it. And this time, I will not be startled by the cat noise. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
All
We
right,
have
have
like
fun, guys.
20 minutes. That's fine. I was like, what the hell? Ah.
It scared me
I
again.
heard you being scared. I just finished like 30 seconds before it went off, so I was basically waiting for it. But I know it would have jumped completely if I were like still like reading. I think it doesn't help that you have your headphones on, so you're not.
Yeah, because it's like everything is very quiet, and also like Atlas reacts to it. So he's on my lap right now, and he was like, "What?" So that too, I think does it a little bit. Oh my goodness! So how was your reading? You finished what you needed to finish?
Yes, I just finished. The one thing that makes it very hard to read is that the chapters also are really long.
Oh yeah.
And like some chapters, there's like, for example, like right now, there's gonna be like an interlude, which is just a page, but like some other chapters might be like 30 pages long, which makes it hard to. Also, that chapter I had to read it really slowly because it's a really terrible uh, child abuse,
Oh,
sexual assaults. It's just mm-mm.
that's a lot. Yeah.
How have you been? Okay.
So oh yeah, I don't know what percentage I got to. Let me check. Um. Oh, I was like, that's what I was at last time, but it's not. I was at 12% last time, and I made it to 21%. Um,
Cool.
and yeah, I'm still really liking it. I actually think that this is a really great, like, I knew it was going to involve an animal companion, but this is a really great animal companion book where, like, I feel very attached to their relationship. Like, I
Mm.
don't feel particularly attached to the man. I don't feel particularly attached to the dragon, but I feel very attached that they are together and happy. And like, there's already something that's like coming in to like make that a little bit rocky. And I'm like, oh no, this is it's not all right. You guys have to be together forever. So yeah, I'm having a good time. And I feel like this is going to be, it bodes very well for the rest of the book.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I did read the Scholomance series,
Mm-hmm.
and I really, I mean, it was a really weird experience for me because I hated it. I hated the writing style and the main character with a passion. But I did really enjoy, at least in the beginning, like the setting and the world. But like the world building, the fact that it really bothered me that even by the end of the whole series, which I finished, I was still not sure if a lot of things didn't make sense for me, and I still wanted to know more about all those monsters and things like this. It just,
I
but
loved the Scholomance series. This is one of those ones where we really differ. Not only did I love the Scholomance series, but I have like recommended the Scholomance series to several other people and like convinced them to also love it. So it's yeah. But yay, Maria! I'm glad it's not just me. I feel like
and
yeah,
also she paused at page 200 and made some tea.
yeah, nice. Um,
Do you
I
need a little bit more, Maria?
hopefully. I
Hopefully,
don't know if 20 pages would make
I
too
don't
much, but
know
well,
if
she
it
did say
would.
she wasn't not interested in it. You know, she was.
No, it's
It was
just
just kind of slow.
yeah.
So um, hopefully the vibes continue to be pretty good, or at least pretty okay.
I
But,
would say also that the fifth season is pretty slow paced, but also might be because you have like basically like three different POVs also. So it is.
hmm.
Oh, there's an assassin now. I'm still
Oh,
4. Feels like a free star so far. Aw, that's sad. But although to me, usually if there's an assassin POV or like an assassin in the story, it depends how it's done. But usually I like it better when
yeah.
in a fantasy like that.
I feel like I haven't read very many like active assassins. I've read quite a few that are like former assassins, like used to be taken advantage of by blah 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 and was forced into being an assassin, but now they're using their assassin skills for good. Like that tends to be the I don't know the trope, I guess.
Have you not,
That
have you
I
not read any Robin Hobb?
okay, I tried. Talk about a book
Well,
that's slow.
mhm.
I, ooh, I read. the first one, Assassin's Apprentice, and I did not enjoy it. And I
Mm.
was like, it must just be me. I'm not appreciating it, whatever. I didn't have a good time. But I was like, I'm gonna pick up book two to like try and give it a fair shot. And I was like, it's this huge world and everyone loves it and I need to love it too. And
Mm.
then I picked up book two and I got halfway through and I stopped. And I was like, well, I I never picked it back up again. I wasn't absorbing anything. I couldn't remember anything that was happening. It
Mhm.
was, yeah, it just wasn't for me. But you said you stopped in book two, right?
Yes, I did, but mostly because they are very slow going for sure. And I do like them and I do like the characters, but it takes me a while and I did like the audio. So I was reading it by small chunks and my audiobook lapsed
Ah,
briefly.
yeah.
And then I just never picked it up again. That's more of a me problem. And I at this stage I have to reread the first half of the second book, but I do want to. Maria is saying, Angela is saying, I was so desperate to love Hob and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like I have since
I did.
when I first had that opinion, I felt very alone, and ever since I have found a couple of people online who
Mhm.
feel like kind of similarly, which is nice. It's nice to know that it's just me. It's also nice that like we can all enjoy different things, and that like some people can really love them, but not everyone has to. That's good.
Yeah. And not a POV, but the second assassin to show up for political backstabbing. Oh, that sounds like more of a plot reoccurring again and again, which, yes, I can understand if it's not, if it feels a little bit repetitive. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I would say that with Robin Hobb, if we come back to it,
Hmm.
I do like it, but that's because I could somehow connect to at least like some of the characters a little bit. And I've been intrigued, especially with the second book, in like this magic that's been a little bit more, shown and a little bit more displayed.
Hmm.
So I am willing to continue it, but there's some other books, if I don't like the characters, like The Wheel of Time for me was very repetitive and very slow, and I hated the characters, so I just DNF'd and I won't continue.
Well, I almost put The Eye of the World on the Realmathon list for, even though I didn't like it. I almost put it on the Realmathon list for the first time through. But then when we talked about like not worrying about like whether the word was in the title, I was like, great, I don't have to include The Eye of the World on this list because
Yes. Yeah, no, I did include in the list with that I'm thinking of with like all the bonus prompts. I did include a book I didn't love, but I know for a fact that a lot of other people also, like it.
yeah.
The Shadow of What Was Lost by James Islington. I don't know how people pronounce it.
I think I read it and I did not like it, but I think, let me make sure that this is the right book that I'm thinking of.
This white book with like this yellow sort of sun and people like in the.
Oh no, that's not the book I was thinking of. I did an oopsie earlier last year in the fall time where I was participating in a readathon and you would get bonus points for, I always end up on the team that's reading blue books. So you would get bonus points for reading blue books. And I had this blue book as an arc from Libro FM, and it was a high fantasy, adult fantasy, like first in a series. So
Mhm.
I was like, oh yeah, I'll pick it up. Everything's awesome. And then about halfway through, I was like, I'm not absorbing anything. Nothing makes sense. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I realized it was a spin-off series. So I really feel like the marketing needs to be extremely explicit in those situations. Cause I just had no idea that I was like walking into this world where I should have, I should have obviously read the first series first if I was struggling with it this much. So I really feel, I don't know, there has to be some sort of a solution where it can be the first in a new series, but like,
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know. The marketing was bad.
Or they should put it in the synopsis somewhere, at least, like.
Yeah, like continuation of whatever.
But
Um,
for the spin-off series, it tends sometimes to say that you don't have to read the series before
This one,
to,
yeah, yeah,
because you can just, it's just focused on the other characters and things like this. But usually the authors don't show too much of a world building. There are some exceptions and there are some that work, but others that don't. So it should really be specified and be up. And I think it's a problem of, as you mentioned, marketing, and like they should have like the editors work more closely with the author, because obviously the author
yeah,
knows more about like
yeah.
about this. So
Yeah, well, even the world building was okay. Like I didn't really get it, but it was like fine-ish. My problem was the characters. I didn't care about anybody at all. And so
mhm,
like even though I kind of understood perhaps like what the characters were doing, I didn't know why they were doing anything. Like we
mhm,
got no character motivation, no character relationships in between each other. Like I felt like I had, I don't know, walked into a lunchroom and I was like coming in halfway through the school year and everyone else knew where they were sitting and exactly what to do and like what was going on. And I was like, I don't, I don't know. I feel very frustrated.
honestly, some books are like this even without being a spin-off
That's
series.
true.
Uh,
But if it's intentional, I think that I think that can be done well and it can be done poorly.
yes,
Yeah,
for sure. 100% agree. It's just the way people talk about it that made me feel like it should have everything I normally love.
yeah.
Yes.
Robin Hobb, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And I, I kind of now knowing. I also know myself better now as a reader than I did when I bought Assassin's Apprentice. I actually bought the whole trilogy. I was so confident I was gonna like it. I bought the whole thing, and now I'm bitter about it. But it was the beginning of the pandemic and I was like I was just watching a whole bunch of videos with people like listing off their top fantasy series or whatever, and Robin Hobb always seemed to be on there. It's like, well, I've got to read this, it's going to be awesome, and the covers are so pretty and blah blah blah, and silly. Now I know myself better and I would never buy it today because I know that it doesn't have um what I would want it to have. I think I gave the series to my sister. I don't know if she ever read it, but hopefully she'll like it more.
Mhm.
I also, oh gosh, sorry to just keep harping on this book that none of us are even reading right now. But I was so disappointed in Assassin's Apprentice because I thought we were going to get like training to be an assassin, like a whole bunch of details about like, oh, like little tests you had to do and like all these little things. I thought it was going to be like really exciting and like kind of montagey. Like I love a good book training montage where we're just like watching a character get good at something in like creative ways. I love that. Like I love school stories. I love, master apprentice stuff. I love all of that. And I felt like we got almost none of that in that book, like almost none. So that was,
Mhm.
you know, also disappointing and also probably my fault. I just don't think I listened very well when people were describing it. Oh,
So nice to learn more about your taste and get better at picking books you love. Yes, for sure. And I do have to say that when I discovered, because I discovered, BookTube and the really online community for books during COVID,
mhm.
and it really helped me to have other people's reviews, because I also didn't really use Goodreads up until that point or anything.
Hmm.
So I would just go to the bookstore before I would just go to the bookstore, be attached to like the cover and say like, oh, it's a pretty cover, and then read the synopsis, which is most of the time completely like not really telling you too much, right?
I mean,
Uh,
it's a marketing tool, so like sometimes
right.
it is
So
good to
you
see.
get grabbed by something and then you bring it home and you end up like really hating it because you don't realize it or things like this. And also I didn't really realize of I wasn't as cognizant about all like the tropes or exactly what I was loving in the books that I did love.
Hmm.
If it was more the characters, the plots, what interested me or
Yeah,
things like this. I would go off of trends or whatever the bookstore would put like in front and things like
yeah.
this. And obviously like a few favorite authors that I loved, and that was it. Oh no!
Oh,
You made
sad.
27% before your headphone died. It's always coming, and always I get, I have my AirPods, and somehow they're always like at some point off, and they don't have any charge, and I don't know what happened to it.
Well, I
Because I'm like,
just
I'm checking with my phone, at where it is, and like it's midpoint. I still have some time, and then suddenly it died.
Yeah, I just had a really like significant headphone tragedy and I feel awful. So I lose things all the time. I lose
Mhm.
things constantly. And this is why I will never buy the like expensive AirPods because I will lose them. And so I would much rather buy like 5 pairs of not expensive headphones and like it's okay if I lose them than buy 1 pair of really expensive headphones. So, but I was doing such a good job for the entire school year. I had this little black case with 2 headphones and it was great. And I would use like one at a time. So like one would be charging and I was using the other and like that's what I do. And a couple weeks ago, I lost one of the headphones. So I only had one headphone left. And I was like, well, like kind of sad, but I only use one at a time anyway. So it's like not a big deal. Everything's fine. And then I got home from work a couple days ago and my headphone died. And I realized I didn't have the charging case. And I was like, oh, I must have left it at work. Not a big deal. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Go back to work tomorrow. Nowhere to be found. So now I need to order like a new set of my $15 like cheap headphones because all I can do to listen to audiobooks right now are use these like super old, like kind of grimy, huge headphones that I don't actually need. They actually keep my head warm as I'm reading. And like sometimes
Oh,
that's fine, but like
uncomfortable.
I don't know. I
That's
don't love it.
uncomfortable. I um I am very clumsy, but I don't lose things typically. The only exception to that is umbrellas. Don't ask me why. I've lost at least 3 umbrellas in my life, but like otherwise, I'm really good at not losing stuff. So I did splurge and got the Bose headphones at some point when I was a Black Friday. As I go on planes and flights often, so it's really really helpful. But I do understand. I'm trying to use over ear ones more, but sometimes they're so inconvenient. I know. And before I got the Bose headphones, also I had another kind of brand. I forgot what it was, and all the ones I had over my ears, they were always, especially with glasses, they would
Mhm.
always clash. And after like an hour or two, my ears would be very very uncomfortable, and it would start to hurt, because they're like squished.
Yeah.
And I realized also, like you said, also with some like very inexpensive ones, also that it gets really warm and things like this. And those ones are, I mean, there is a reason, why people buy them and why the price is much more, because like I've put them on like 8-hour flights and not
Mm.
been not felt, really warm, overly warm, or uncomfortable or anything like this, which is
And I
very.
will say I've had these for a long time and I haven't lost them, probably because I don't take them anywhere. But I guess if there were headphones I was going to splurge on, like over the ear ones would be where to actually spend the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was just going to order a new set of headphones online, but I wear them to work and the obviously the small ones are like way more discreet, so I can wear it as I'm like shelving books or whatever in the library, and like things are fine. But I need to submit that order like now because otherwise I'm gonna have like several days of work where I don't have
Yeah.
any audiobooks going during my day, which is
Oh, we should talk off stage. There,
okay.
I have something that I can lend you maybe to help.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. We'll chat about it. Alrighty. I know we mentioned earlier that you were feeling a little bit tired, but then you said
It
you
was
were
the
feeling a
book.
little bit like maybe we could keep going. So how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling better. I think it was a book. It was
Mm,
really also it was leading up to this like very very sad moment and stuff. And
mm.
now I know I'm up to the point and everything, so I can just read some fluffy, like maybe not this one, because this one is always a war, right? Children of Fallen Gods. So maybe I won't tell you my thoughts, unfortunately, but I might read
I'll
this.
plug my ears and you can tell everyone else your thoughts. If you
Exactly.
need to, when we get to that point, I'll like mute my computer if you'd like. But yeah, sounds great. How long would you like us to go for?
I don't know. We can ask Jane and Maria if
Yeah,
they.
any preferences, guys?
Otherwise, you can choose this time around.
Yeah, Atlas was getting pretty squirmy during
Mhm.
that last one, but now he's like completely settled down. Sometimes he goes through like, ebbs and flows, but he got squirmy there for a minute. You good now?
As we're waiting for them, I'm trying for the first time to annotate. So
Mm-hmm.
I tried, to take
Picking pretty
colors that
colors.
would like fit, and like to have like note tabs also that would fit, and all
Oh,
this.
those are really pretty. I am not an aesthetic reader at all. I don't even own most of the books I read because I'm an audiobook
I
gal.
usually don't annotate, but I do. I'm a little bit, I like aesthetic, like at least tabs, like that go with the color scheme and stuff like this. So I figured I would get also the highlighters that work.
Okay,
Oh,
so
we're
since
good.
no one's helping me be decisive, I'm
Yes,
gonna just roll a d6 on my computer. I don't have a physical die
I
right
have
now.
one if you want.
Oh yeah, go ahead and roll it, and we'll multiply it by 10. So we could get anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour.
Let
Exciting
me
stuff.
grab it because it's just there. I have a tray. I have things. If
When
let
in
me,
doubt, gamify it, right?
yeah. Wait, a D6? Just a normal die then?
Yeah, I figured just like a normal one because
Yeah.
I
I
mean
have.
multiplying by 10 is nice and easy.
Okay, let's roll.
Do it.
Oh, 6.
Oh, I really didn't think that was gonna happen. Do we feel like we can go for a full hour?
Yeah, I'm okay. That way I
Okay.
can also maybe grab something to drink.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
might.
have to go on water.
I am definitely. I am good with it time wise. But what will happen is Atlas will probably need to go outside at some point. So I will probably disappear for
Yes,
a short amount of time. Um,
that's fine. You can just stop the camera. I'm the wrong person for decisiveness, Maria. Yeah. I guess I might have to decide, or if I don't want to decide, we'll let the die roll decide.
Yeah. Well, I think the die roll is kind of fun. Maybe if we do end up doing another sprint after this, maybe we'll multiply by 5 to keep ourselves nice and safe. um, Alrighty. Do you want to add the screen share back in?
Sure.
Awesome sauce. Maybe this time I won't actually get scared by the cat, but we will.
We
We'll
will
see.
see, I guess.
All right. Have fun, guys.
I feel like even if you know about it and you hear it and you're still shocked by how high pitched the meowing is.
Yeah, it is. It is certainly distinctive. I got lucky. So what I was doing was every time I would finish a scale um, on my crochet, I would look up at the timer
Yeah.
and be like, "Oh, well, how far are we?" Once it was getting down. So I just happened to look up, relatively close
Sure.
to when it was going to go. Yeah. So how's the? Should I mute myself so you can say how the book is?
No, no, you're okay. You're okay. I mean, I like it. I mean, it's not a spoiler, you know. I know that I would like it. No, I mean, I don't know how much I would like it, obviously, but I know that I like the Pride and Prejudice. I even like the silly. I didn't read the book, but the silly retelling with the zombies, the Pride and Prejudice with zombies. The I saw the movie and I thought it was ridiculous, but also fun. So like, I know that I would like something like this, but it's taking me longer, obviously, because I'm tabbing and putting everything so
Yeah.
that I can do a proper synopsis, as we're gonna do like a book review with spoilers and all that. So I want to make sure that I have everything in there. But I'm
You
having
really got the short end of the stick there. So thank you for doing that. For
yeah.
context, everybody. Oh no! Oh no! Did you see Jen's
Oh
comment? Oh.
no, that's
Okay, the AirPods
okay.
are okay.
Okay, okay. Our headphone chat cursed me. No, you dropped it in the dog water bowl, but
You
they're
said that
okay.
there's time. Yeah, which is great.
Yes, I mean the amount of time I haven't lost them, but the amount of time something happened to them, like they dropped from wherever or they went into the water and stuff, and they're still okay. So I do have to give it to them. That's why also it's
Yeah,
expensive, but like
that's kind of
they
worth the
do
money.
survive a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah. Oh, I don't remember what we were talking about before that. As soon as I
Yeah,
saw it, I was
we're
like, "Oh
talking about
no!"
this, I think.
Oh, right. Thank you for doing the hard work. For context, um, when we do our review, all I did was listen to the audiobook. I just listened to it through, and I
I
had my
listened
time.
to the audio while reading, physically and annotating. But like, yeah. But next time it'll be you. We'll do like like
Yeah,
once
we should
every
probably switch off.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be smart.
Also, I feel like you will be more concise, and your synopsis will make more sense than me.
I
I
certainly think I'll be
ramble.
more concise, but I love everything you have to say, which is wonderful. Um, but sometimes you use a lot of words, which is again wonderful. But yeah, I think mine will be more concise. I don't necessarily think it will be better though. Like I think that you will be much more thorough than me, and I'll probably just end up giving like pretty big
I
overviews.
may
Like there'll probably be some things that I end up skipping that you would still like to discuss, which is fine. We can still chime in on those things. But
I mean, I might be better because I'll try to at least take some notes and have a structure.
yeah.
But we'll see how it works. Case and all, mini heart attack. Oh wow,
Yeah.
yes, I would have had a heart attack too.
Leave it open for a little while, let it dry out. should
Yeah,
be should be all right. Oh goodness. That's scary.
but
Well, the
hey,
number of times when I was a high school teacher where kids would just leave their like expensive headphones just wherever. I mean, it kind of goes to my point where I'm like, I'm not buying the expensive ones because I know I'll lose them. Um, you know, it's a lot.
school.
Maria, me too. Did you see what?
Yes, that's we're doing this together.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the reason why we're starting a channel together, because we've been thinking about this individually to start a channel, but all on our own it's difficult. So I feel like doing it, the two of us, one will have more ideas and more things to do, and it doesn't feel as much because we're relying on the other to help us out when we
It
don't.
also, I think, keeps us accountable. Like I'm one of those people where I have a lot of ideas and I like say that I want to do a lot, but follow through is sometimes tricky. But I know that like if Clementine sends me a video and I need to do final edits on it before we post, like that's why like I have someone counting on me to do that, and I think that
Yes.
that will really help um,
Yes.
yeah, it'll just in general help.
But we'll see when we can actually post the first video because my editing skills are I'm learning. Let's say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's definitely it's certainly a process. I've done like some editing for school stuff, but I didn't have to make it good. I just had to like produce something, and everyone was happy. So no, it's a challenge at the beginning, and I will definitely we'll figure out a system that works for us over time. I also like I've really enjoyed doing this live uh,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
kind of in
it's
general.
really nice.
This has been a lot of fun. So I think even if this is what we do for a little while before we can actually get any like formal videos
Yeah,
up, I think that this is fine.
it's still
Yeah.
fun. Anyway, I think next week we wanted to try and do this on Thursday night, maybe. And actually do a sort of live, at least at the beginning, like a sort of wrap up
What we read
of
in
the books
January.
we've read in January. Um, I think the idea is that Angela is reading a lot more than I am, but so I would still be able to do a sort of more conventional wrap up. But since she read, you said something like 30 plus
I read
books.
I read 30 books, which is stupid. I read a stupid number of books. But I in my defense, 6 of them were novellas.
Okay.
So that helps a little bit. And all of them were audiobooks. So I want to put out
Don't say
there
that you were doing a 30 books in 30 days challenge, even if it wasn't the case.
I do a 30 books in 30 days challenge almost every month. It's not usually quite that severe. Usually it's like between 20 and 25.
Yes.
That's true, Maria.
That's true. Any number is a good number. I agree. And, navigating it together will be so much more fun too than figuring it out alone. Yes, I mean, case in point, Also, like, I feel like I would have been a lot harder for me to also like do live reading springs like this because having just you in front of all the others that are in the chat is not the same as because you can also always rely on somebody talking to you and like
This was also so easy to set up and like
yes.
invite each other to like it was so easy to get both of us on this screen. It makes me think like I have a friend who just recently moved to New York a couple of months ago, and I'm like Clementine and Matt would probably be friends if I got them in the same room. So like why don't we invite Matt to like go, I feel like this could be just in general a lot of fun and a way to hang out with people. So
Yeah, it
um
is. It is.
yeah, I'm looking forward to next week and talking through all our books that we've read because I saw your TBR at the beginning of the month. Like I saw the books that you lined up on your
Mhm.
bookshelf, and but I don't think I entirely know like which ones you ended up actually reading or which ones you didn't end up reading, that sort of thing.
Yes,
So I'm excited
I
to find.
that's the thing. I need a TBR to have a structure of what I'm going to read, but then also I'm a mood reader, so I don't end up reading the books I put on the TBR, which makes it fun, I guess, for everyone when I post on Instagram and I say like the beginning of a month and the end of a month because it's completely different sometimes. And I think the last month I read maybe like one of the books I was supposed to read and none of the others. So not what I was expecting, but
Yeah, I'm just like not a TBR girl. I don't watch them and I don't like I'll watch everything from someone, but I don't watch hauls and I don't watch TBRs. But I'll watch anything else. Uh, and I think I just if I see a book that I get excited about and then they end up disliking it, it's like,
oh,
oh, I was all excited. And now and sometimes it's like already on like I put it on a list somewhere or I bought the book or whatever and it's complicated. So I don't know. I don't even think I could. I don't even know how to make a TBR. Like I know how to make recommendations for certain prompts if there's like a readathon coming up, but I don't think I could even think about exactly what I'm going to read during a month. There's this one booktuber who I follow. I think your taste would be very different than his. His taste is pretty different from mine too. But I find him to be pretty entertaining. I think it's Matt's Book Reviews. And he maps out to the day what book he will be reading and when he will finish it. He's like, I'm going to read this book first. I'm already 55% of the way through. It's this many pages. I plan to finish it in one day. The next, I'm going to read this book. It's this many pages. I should finish it by this day. And it is like on the money. And then at the end of the month, he goes back through and he's like, I read this book and this is what I thought of it. And I finished it exactly what I thought I was going to. And like I just,
Yeah, I would not
I am
be.
not that person. I wish that I was sometimes.
Same as Maria. I want to more mood read more, but then I have commitment reads for sure. But I do try to have like only like at maybe 2 or 3 buddy reads a month, and not as not more than that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, my commitments all tend to be like prompt based. Like I'm in a sci-fi fantasy book club, but they give us a prompt every month. Like the prompt for this month was to read a book that includes an empire. So I read Empire of the Sand for that. So it's it's easier for me because I get to like still mood read within the confines of a prompt. Um, yeah, Maria, I agree. It's very impressive.
I could
And
never
very
be that plan too. For work, I am the type of girl who like puts a list and does like really like inside the box. But like reading for me is enjoyment. So if I start to make a real plan, except for buddy reads, which
Mhm.
is like when I'm really like okay with like doing like a certain section of pages and then discussing together. But it's the only thing I do, and not as often also. Otherwise, it would feel too much, and I would get pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. I've tried buddy reading with people a couple of times where like we stop and discuss every couple of chapters or like we'll text each other or whatever. And it's always fizzled out. I've never made it through a whole book doing that.
We can
And
try together. It won't feel.
I, man, there's something about like knowing I'm going to have to stop, which makes me like
Uh,
not want to read it anyway. And so like you've got the homework aspect of it and the like I can't just keep going. I'm gonna have to stop somewhere anyway aspect of it that just makes me put it off. So
it,
I'm
it's
certainly willing to try, but I can't make any promises about my success rate.
it's true that some but I think the thing also is that for some books it's actually better, like the fifth season that I'm doing right now. It's actually better that we have a set of like 40 to 60 pages every day, because it is a lot to go through emotionally, and like the world building and all this. So I think otherwise some of the books, like, yes, it's been difficult.
Yeah.
I tend to read in big bursts, so I'm just not very consistent much as I want to be. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it depends on the book. For me, I think I'm okay, and I do prefer the structure a little bit like this, because I know otherwise, if I have a buddy read with someone and I don't have like section up with sections, I will either read everything in like one day or two, or I will start and then read something else and like leave it out for like a couple weeks, which is terrible.
Yeah.
But
I tend to have a lot of energy at the beginning of a project. And if I can finish something or like make a lot of headway during that, like I've got a lot of energy at the beginning of this project feeling, then I'm much more likely to be successful. Whereas once that feeling kind of fizzles out, it's hard for me to sustain effort. And that's kind of consistent for me in lots of parts of my life. So like maybe something I should look into doing better at. But like this crochet project that I'm working on right now, like I had the idea a couple of hours ago. And I am planning on crocheting it until I go to bed because I know that if I put it down and I haven't made significant progress, if I've only started a little tiny bit, then I won't end up, you know, finishing. And that's why I finished Hearthstone so fast. It's just because I was like, oh, like I'm thinking about it. I'm going to do it. Like I know I have to do this. I'm going to just push my way through all of
no,
that.
I'm capable of reading, like, of putting a book down and like reading it again in 6 months. And like, for example, I was talking about Robin Hobb. I was saying I probably need to reread the beginning, but I actually remember a lot of it. I think the worst ever did was a book. At that point, you can call it a pile of shame, although for me, it's more of a norm. So I don't know if I would call it that. But it took me 2 years to finish a book once. I read like half of it and forced myself, and then I stopped, and then I read the rest 2 years later. Back when I was in high school, it was a classic, like French classic from like the 19th century, and it's really one of those cases. I hated the main character so much. He's a an anti-hero, but I really detestable one.
Hmm.
And my mom was like, "You have to finish it. It's so good. It's a classic."
Was it worth it?
No.
Oh, dang. Yeah.
But I can say that I read. He's called Stendhal. I don't think anybody knows if you're not French, because I don't know if it's ever been really I know there's some translation, but it's not that well publicized or things like this.
I will
Uh,
say, as far as me, like reading a book where like I know I'm gonna have to stop and then pick it back up, it's not so much of a memory thing. It's a like a motivation thing more than
yeah,
anything
yeah.
else. But what Maria just had a comment here, which is also totally true for me, which is that if I finish a book and my brain thinks it's done, I don't have to think about it anymore, then then I have a really hard time remembering
Mhm.
it. And you guys will see this. Even some of my best books of the year. We filmed our best books of the year video last weekend, and I am ashamed. I am ashamed by my description of at least one of those books, because I was like, wait, I put this on my list. I know I loved it. I remember loving it. I cannot for the life of me remember the mechanics of the story. And just as like, I guess this is a little Easter egg for the people who are here. If you end up watching that video later, I could not figure out. I could not remember how Yumi and the Nightmare Painter worked. And it was like this huge book by this huge author. And I know that when we post that, I think we should leave me messing it up in, because
Oh yes.
if we post it, it's going to give a ton of engagement of this being like, does this like fake fan doesn't even remember the book, doesn't even remember the story. My God, it's wild to me that I remembered it so poorly, but I do like, I really loved it and I would love to read it again. I guess I have a lot of reread potential in me. That's really what's happening here. Yeah.
Yeah. I think also since you read more books, it makes also more sense that you have a lot more books that you've read. So of course you might not remember because it's been like I don't know 100 books ago.
Yeah.
Um, Excited to see the best books list. I mean, it's the exact same way, Angela. I mostly remember how I felt about it.
Yeah.
I also my what is weird is my memory tends to be worse for books that I love compared to the middle of the road is the worst for sure, and I don't remember nearly anything,
Right.
even the characters' names. The books I loved, I will remember like the main character, a couple things that I really loved in there, but I might not remember all the plot points and everything. But like the books I really hated, those, even if I don't want to, they're still anchored in my memory. Like the book I'm talking to you about, I read like in high school, so it was like 15 years ago, and I still remember, I might, yes, I remember the last name of a main character, which is something never ever remember usually.
Right. Right. No, I get that. I think a lot of the time I end up disliking books because they won't stay in my head, because I can't follow them, and that could be a me thing, it could be a book thing, whatever. But that's when I tend to like really end up disliking a book. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And I think in those cases I end up not remembering them particularly well. But yeah, yeah. I also I a large portion of my reading, and this is going to be that's funny. That's great.
Memory.
Yeah, and it's so true. So true. I think for certain circumstances, a lot of my reading is like random, either paranormal romance or contemporary romance books, and so many of them are so similar, especially ones that are in the same series or by the same author. And I also, the titles are not very distinctive, and we're seeing this with fantasy titles now too. I feel like the fantasy titles are getting worse and worse over the last couple of years, where they're just
But
not
blank
just
is
like,
blank.
they're not, yeah. But it's like a blank of blank and blank, but like even like if you can take, it's just iterations of that, right, over
Yes.
and over. It's
And there's
wild.
there's words that are like sort of like bullets, like
And
they
like
go out
random ones too.
one
Like how
thing.
many times has ash been in things?
Oh
Like
yeah.
it's not even, that's not even that magical of a word,
Smoke,
but it's all over the
smoke.
place. Sorry.
Smoke also is a
Yep.
one.
Ember has been there a
Ember,
lot. Fire,
shadow.
blood,
Of course, like magic,
ground.
magician
Yeah.
makes sense, but there's, weirder ones for sure.
Yeah.
It does make rereading super fun.
Yeah. The not
No,
remembering things very well.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, do we want to do one more sprint or do we want to call it a night? How are you feeling, Clementine?
I'm okay. We can do another one.
All right. Atlas is getting a little bit squirmy. So I can start the sprint and then I think I'm going to take him outside.
Sure.
And then I will come back. Do you want to roll the die again?
Sure.
Multiply by
If
5
it's a
this
low
time?
number, we might add to it, right? Because
Sure. What
when
about if
it's one,
it's
it's like
1
five.
to 3, we'll multiply by 10. If
Sure.
it's 4 through 6, we'll multiply by 5. That gives us somewhere between
Oh.
5 or 10 minutes and
Um,
half an hour.
3.
Okay, 30
30
minutes.
minutes.
Sound good?
Is it okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just switching the timer here. Alrighty, here we go. And I need to hit play. Yeah.
Well,
Alrighty. Good luck with your books, y'all.
30 minutes.
Hello again.
Hello. It makes me laugh every time.
It is very entertaining,
No
certainly.
matter how many times I hear it. Just
Yeah, I made it halfway. Oh, I'm at
whoa.
exactly 51%, which
That's
is
good.
wild.
That's
Yeah.
good. I think it's like a 300-page book though.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not humongous, but
It's
um
it's right here.
yeah. Oh, you have
Oh
the
yeah.
pretty edition. I have the red edition downstairs. It's like a mass market paperback.
Oh yeah, that's 289. Yeah, I'm drawn with the beautiful covers. And
No,
like give
yeah.
me a dragon, any day. Right? We have a dragon too there.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I before this month, I hadn't been reading, or I guess before January, I hadn't been reading a ton of dragon books. They just weren't, I don't know if they just weren't appealing to me or if it just didn't seem like there were many that were like coming up for me. But there are so many older dragon books that are so, popular, that like Rage of Dragons I haven't read yet. The Temeraire series, obviously, I haven't read yet. I don't plan on reading Game of Thrones, but I know that that series has some pretty significant dragons in it. Hearthstone I had on my TBR, but I hadn't read yet. So like I don't know, I just like wasn't in a dragon groove, and now several dragons in a row.
That's good. That's good. There's some more. There's
Um,
Fireborn, which is one.
yeah, so Maria actually
Yeah.
just mentioned it too.
Yes. We
And
heard.
yes, I have. So I read the first two back to back,
Uh huh.
and I don't think I recall them. And I read them maybe 2 years ago.
Okay.
So I don't think I recall them well enough to go like to read the third one without at least rereading the second book.
Uh-huh.
Um, but even though I like kind of enjoyed them, I I don't know. There's a lot of like it's a very tumultuous series. Have you read it, Clementine?
No, not at all. I do have the first one on my TBR because of Colors with Cassidy,
Yeah.
who loved it last year. So
No, I
I
think it's
I
very
don't know.
good. I like technically it's a very good book. Like it's very well both of the books are very well put together. I did not find myself like enjoying them as much as I was reading them. And I think if the third one had been out, like when I finished the second one, I probably would have read it. But I just don't know that I feel like going through it again. It was a lot. But they're very good books. And I think it's really interesting. I mentioned this to you, Clementine,
Mhm.
I think last week when we were filming, but like Fireborn kind of was I don't want to say all the rage, but it definitely did the rounds on like my side of the bookish internet,
Mhm.
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And so it's really fun to see it kind of find its way into another corner of the
Mhm.
bookish internet.
Yeah. That's fun.
Maria, I'm so glad that you love it. That's awesome. I, yeah, yeah, yeah. I tend to I like happy things a lot. Like I really like it when things are happy.
My interest. I do like happy things, and I do like also on the other end very emotional, terrible things too. So
Mhm.
I think it is definitely one that I do want to try, and I think I will like it.
And I will say it's not like the most tumultuous. So, Clementine, you know that I didn't like Wolf Song very much because of its like kind of more intense, tumultuous nature. And yeah,
Yeah.
Maria, I do. So I found the second book, beautiful hardback, on sale at like a random like Ollie's store in the
Mm.
middle of nowhere when I was on vacation 2 years ago. So I picked up the second, like I own the second book physically. I don't own the first book. So I don't know why I spent the $3 on the second book, but I don't know. It seemed worth it at the time. And I did try reading it, but I didn't make it super far through. I don't know if it was the humor that wasn't getting to me or what, but it's one that's on my list of like things I would like to come back to eventually. I know that it might be a little bit of a long shot though. Yeah, such a rare, and there were a ton of them. I don't know if that second book just didn't sell well or what, but there were like dozens of just like, the nice hardbacks that usually sell for like,
Yeah.
18, $19 for like two. So,
Yeah.
Clementine, if you ever need I don't know if you have them in paperback or hardback, but if you're ever collecting the hardcovers, you let me know. You can have mine.
I have the paperback. I got like the UK paperbacks.
Oh, nice.
It was easier. There was still book depository, so it was still easier to get them than even the paperbacks, and it was still here, and it was still less expensive.
Oh,
And you
wow.
had the kind of pretty covers. I'm kind of I have an issue now because like the final one that came out, the Malevolent Seven, I have it in hardback, so it's like this really huge. But I'll have to like get behind this because I'm probably gonna get the new books, and they're gonna be also in hardback, so
Okay.
that's fine. You know, I have the series anyway.
Yeah.
If you try it again, go in expecting a lot of suffering, haha. But hope to. Yes, I mean, it's not a spoiler because Maria knows that, I loved also Great Coats, but it is part of my best books of last year.
Mm.
And I did explain a little bit how much pain it was in there. So, yes, there's a lot of trigger warning, but um, I think it's one of those books that is probably very, like either you love it or you hate it. Just because, if the humor works for you and you click at some point with the characters, it's just, it's
Mhm.
there. And otherwise, it's a really terrible time if, if you don't like them, I guess. I put my book down
Sometimes
for
we
a
need
bit.
to do that. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, I took Atlas out, but because I was listening to an audiobook, I could still listen to it while I was doing that. So, that was good. I do feel funny. Usually when I go outside, if I'm listening to a book or something, I have my, oh, Atlas wants down. You want down? Go on. Um, like usually I have my little earbuds. So it feels funny to me walking around with big headphones. Like, I don't know. I feel a little bit more vulnerable that way. So I don't think that I'm going to do that very often. I need, I just need to order some real headphones, and then it'll be fine. Um,
Yes.
oh yeah, Atlas bops in and out the way that he, the way that he
You'll
does.
see him in the in videos for sure because you will see that he wants to be with us and then he comes back again and back and forth and he does whatever he wants.
He's very opinionated and he's very sensitive. He's like, if the conditions are not perfectly right, he won't eat. If the conditions are not perfectly right, he won't do his business outside. If everything is not perfect, he won't lay down. He's just like, he's very specific, but we love him. And he's,
But he was very nice and it was the first time that he came to my place. So honestly, he was very good last week when we met to film
yeah.
videos. So
No, he was relatively calm for sure. A little bit antsier than I'm used to him being, but I'm also used to us just like being in my bedroom where he's like super comfy, where he spends all of his time. So anytime that we're kind of outside of his normal routine,
definitely.
shake it up. But
Okay.
yeah, well, we have been on for a long time. Go us. I doubt that every live stream will be quite this long, but I have really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Awesome. Well,
So,
I don't know if Jane's still here, but anyone who is here, thank you so much for being here. Maria, you especially. I've really enjoyed talking to you a little bit. Um, and yeah, keep an eye out. I think next Thursday is when we're going to do this again for our wrap up.
yes.
All right.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.